They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that could make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. I got all this potential that's deep inside of me, but they hate when you're successful cause they try to be. They sit there being judgmental because you're trying things, and they just want you to settle and do the right thing. So get a good job, don't slack off. Wake up every morning, make a good impression on your boss. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do, and when you're making money, make sure you don't spend it too soon. Fuck that, I'll do what I wanna do. I got a different path from everyone, and that includes you. Who are you to tell me how to live life? In these times it feels like nobody's right, yeah. So I'ma figure out what else we succeed, and then invest all of my time into that and proceed. I need whatever the hell could make me happy, and I don't think you have a clue what could that be. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that could make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. I think this life could be special if I get rid of the devils. They think that I am a rebel, I think they want me to settle. There's nobody on my level. They think that work is too stressful, I think that work is essential. The grind is all in your mental, and I don't think you understand what I'll go through just to be in control of my life soon. All the negativity, man, I'm immune. I don't really need a mask with all I've been through. I've been making changes for the ages. 5-10 year plans are contagious. I attack that shit, I'm tenacious. And if you ain't, get the fuck out of my way then. Got one life, I won't regret it. I will fight until I get it. I'll look back one day from heaven and say, damn, I learned some lessons. And say, damn, I had no questions. I had fun in every second, and the journey was a blessing, yeah. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing.
Oh shit. Okay, did I make it? Did I make it here on time? I think I did. Ah, thank God. Thank God I made it in time, otherwise I'm gonna have to cancel the third week. Oh, shit. Ah. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? And because I've been gone for 2 weeks for a vacation to St. Augustine, and I just got back literally today. Hey, hence the reason why my suitcase is probably still like heavy, because it still has all my clothes in it. So there's that. Don't mind the body pillow. Okay, I've had that when I was a kid. So, how's everyone been? Isn't it? Because, oh boy, do I have a lot to talk about. Oh boy, do I have a lot to talk about. First and foremost, I'm gonna get these fucking shoes off. I think I just tore a hole in this one. That's worn out anyway. Anyway. So, first and foremost, I don't know if this was on Tuesday and Wednesday, but I think it might have been. I did hear about the Alan Richardson and drama which was, you know, him getting, him being recorded of beating up some guy in Tennessee, and of course you only see like the camera. God, it's been a while since I used this. Okay. I'm gonna have to add a browser source thing it because I need to do something here. And it's gonna be on this screen. And, okay. And let me add where is it? Window capture. Alright, just gonna call it window capture. It's going to capture specifically this one. Okay. Hey, so. Oh, wait, hold up. I meant to just close out of that. Reason why I'm doing that is because I'm going to pull up Google Photos. Okay. Hey, so now let me do this. Don't mind that. And okay. 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 Hey, so I'm gonna be doing it like this because I got a game that I want to play. And it's not gonna be Sticks because to me that doesn't make sense to talk about my vacation while playing a stealth game. Okay. Let me hold on one sec. Advanced, no. User interface, nope. Performance. Where's not really what I was looking for, but okay. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm figuring this out. It's been a while since I've played this, okay? Okay, so let's see how that looks. I don't like how stretched that is. No, we're not going to do that. Okay. That's good enough. That's good enough. Okay. So, actually, let's not have it. Here. There. Do. Where are you? God damn it. Okay, you. There you are. Okay. So we're gonna do that. Do that. Okay. Okay. This is gonna look weird me doing this, but okay. So let me close that first. Okay. Let me delete this because, you know, gotta start fresh for me. Okay. So the way this started was, I think, literally just me hearing about the Alan Richardson and that thing about him beating up his neighbor in Tennessee, right? And I ended up seeing 3 different videos. One of which it was the first one that was, of course, the footage from the neighbor. Or that was like, yo, he's beating up this innocent man. What the hell is he doing? And then the second one was Alan Richardson's chest-mounted camera. And then the third video had the police body cam footage. And so, yeah. In an attempt to try and make him look bad, he just ended up looking good. Which, that's not that hard to do. Anyway. Hey, so after that, the trip starts. And this is where the video comes into play. I don't know if the audio is playable. Actually, how's my mic sounding? Yeah, okay, my mic's sounding fine. Okay, let me do that. Capture audio. If it's too loud, my bad. And okay. And so this is just and this is just on Wednesday night, I think. So it's currently 1 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday. And then by the morning, we should be doing our trip to St. Augustine, which is obviously going to start with the trip to Biloxi, Mississippi first. I'm going to go to Biloxi, St. Augustine. I know Savannah, Georgia is going to be a part of it. And so there's that. Hey, you can kind of see that I've already started packing up some of my stuff. Except for my laptop, but I'm going to do that later. So, yeah. We'll see how that trip goes. Okay. Hey, thank you, me. So, well, yeah. I would say the trip it went kind of decent, like not the best, but not Not the worst either. Actually, I have to make sure, or I have to do this just in case, because as my because I do have a picture of my parents in here. So, like I said, we also got. I also got some travel footage here. Here, as you can see here. Yeah, this is on the way to Biloxi. Yeah, but this is one of the many times that I recorded on the trip, on the way to a certain place. But there is going to be one time where it's like, oopsie, I forgot to record that. And I think that was on the way to Panama City. Because, okay, the whole trip was Biloxi, Mississippi, going to Panama City, Florida, going to St. Augustine, Florida, going to Savannah, Georgia, going to Charleston, South Carolina, and then going to Oxford, Alabama. Reason why we were going to Oxford, Alabama was because, well, we tried to book a hotel in Birmingham, but all the hotels were booked, so we just picked the closest thing. And plus, we needed a middle point. And then because, I'm not even kidding, the distance between Charleston to Hot Springs is 13 hours. Like, yeah, no, my dad would just go, absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. And I think actually I'd rather just get rid of this. Just for the time being. Anyway, so while we were heading that way, we ended up stopping at a Popeyes for lunch, and because, of course. Give me a sec. Do. Do. Sorry, I'm taking a little bit. I want to make sure I got this right. Do. Okay. So now we get to some of the food. Like I said, we stopped at a Popeyes because, of course, man's got to eat. And can I rotate this? No, by the looks of it. Oh, no, wait, is it here? Nope, not what I'm looking for. Anyway, hey, I'll work with it. And then so we got Popeyes on the way there. I actually need to pull up my the list of things that happened on this trip. So for Popeyes, I ended up getting a ghost pepper cheese and bacon chicken sandwich, the mac and cheese, and a Coke. So, the ghost pepper cheese and bacon and chicken sandwich, it was good, but it wasn't spicy, you know? It wasn't really spicy. It was just like, okay, whatever. The mac and cheese was, well, decent, and at least, and the Coke, it's a Coke. What do you expect? Then we go over to Biloxi, which we stayed at a Harrah's. We specifically stayed at a Harrah's because, of course. There's but it had a casino in it, which my parents were like, "Yay, casinos, cool." And it was also the same Harris that had a steak and shake, which, I like myself a steak and shake. We didn't go there though, which. So. Hold up, I need to remember how to rotate. Okay. Do. So anyway, hey, we went to Harrah's, and then of course eventually we had to think like, oh shit, what are we gonna do for dinner? Because again, man's got to eat, and so we did, and we eventually went to a place called Sizzle and Salt, which was kind of like this bar food type place, and I got the southern catfish platter and a thing of lemonade, which it just had like a few things of catfish, fries, some slaw, some tartar sauce. There's hush puppies. Yeah, I took. I think there was only 2 on there. I took one of them, and some cocktail sauce. It was good overall. It was surprisingly decent. And but I don't really have much to mention on that. And then after that, we just went back to the room, went to sleep. Because, of course. But the next day, we decided to get some breakfast. And Harris didn't have any breakfast, but there was a place called the Beau Rivage that had a breakfast buffet. An all-you-can-eat breakfast buffet. And I was going to abuse the shit out of that. So, literally, okay. So I have a video of me going into the Beau Rivage, or at least the buffet section of it. And I thought I recorded the hallway bit. I guess I didn't. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so here's the buffet section. As you can see, a bit plentiful. A bit plentiful. So they got the pastries over on this side. They also have like the meats and eggs and all that over here. There, so oh, it was a little plentiful. So of course it's gonna be an all-you-can-eat buffet. So what's my plate gonna look like? uh, yeah. So I actually have it listed on what I had. So there's obviously a bagel, as you can see. And I also had some cream cheese on it because you gotta have that. Some breakfast potatoes, a cinnamon roll. Yeah, you can kind of see a biscuit, country fried steak, and 2 waffles with a thing of syrup, which I don't think you can see that. And 2 slices of breakfast pizza, which I have one and already. A bowl of Frosted Flakes and a lemonade. That's like a hotel breakfast on steroids for me. Hey, so overall, biscuit was good. I like the breakfast potatoes. Bagel was nice. Frosted Flakes were, well, Frosted Flakes. I was surprised to see country fried steak in here, but I liked it. And 2 things of waffles. It looks like one, but there is 2. That they were pre-made. They were decent. And I really like the breakfast pizza though. And the cinnamon roll, you get a pass. You get a participation star. So, yeah, it was all good. It was all good. And then my brother even tried to pull a. I remembered my brother tried to pull a trick on the wait staff of it because they asked if he wanted more milk, and he got his glass and gave it to her, but then he was just like psych, and did like that psych motion, but the waiter didn't understand that. And they were just like, I'll just get you a new glass of milk. He was just like, well, that didn't work. Like, I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. And you are stupid. So eventually he got his second glass of milk because sure. I mean, after that we just went into the casino. We tried to win money, or my parents tried to win some money. It didn't work out this time, so yeah, we kind of just came out a bit more broke. So after the casino, we went back to Harrah's. So actually, I think we went to the Golden Nugget first, and then we went to Harrah's. We also skipped lunch. I'm gonna have to put some extra. Okay, we also skipped lunch because I guess we weren't. I guess we had a hefty breakfast, so we didn't want to eat too much. And so after Golden Nugget, we just went back to our room and and waited until dinner, which we were gonna spend that with hanging out with some of my mom's friends or neighbors, former neighbors. There's that back in Texas. Right. So we end up getting lunch at a place called the Blinding Tiger, which I specifically got a fried crawfish boil basket and a bushwhacker. And because apparently their bushwhacker was like the best in Mississippi. And so we decided to give it a shot. And if you're wondering what the drink, if you're wondering what the food looked like, I think, or at least what my food looked like, let's just say it was a bit of a hot mess. So I'm trying to remember everything that was on here. We have fries. We have potatoes. I originally thought these were hush puppies. No, turns out these are fried bits of like crawfish balls. These were like crawfish balls. So, oh, and this is just like buttered up roasted corn, and it with bits of sausage. So after all of this, I kind of just started to realize I'm getting tired of eating things made out of potatoes. It was like, seriously. I had the southern catfish platter for dinner the previous night. I had breakfast potatoes for breakfast this day, and now I'm going over here to get some more fries and some fried potatoes. Like, of course I'm gonna get tired of it. And the sausages were decent. I don't really have any notes for the crawfish balls because I thought they were just fine. But these bits of corn, oof, love them. Love how they felt. Love the flavor. I just loved it. And the bushwhacker, it gets a pass. It works. Like it was good. But I'm like, it kind of just tastes like the bushwhacker that I've already had before in Hard Rock Hotel. So anyway, after dinner, we just went back to our hotel room, slept, and we had to go and get ready for the next day, which was to go to Panama City. And on the way to Panama City, we stopped at a Buc-ee's because we got to get gas. And I wanted to go into a Buc-ee's just so I can get a souvenir, like a hat, you know. I saw that they had a red Buc-ee's beanies, and I was like, well, shit, I want to get one of those. They didn't have any, but I did find this, which is a Buc-ee's button-up shirt. Yeah, let me see if I can get you guys a closer look. You can kind of see that it has a Buc-ee over here. It's also got the word Buc-ee around here somewhere. All right, let me see if I can find an example of it being. Oh, right here. All right, you can see it right here. Here. Yeah, okay. And I saw that, I just went, you know what? I'd wear this. And because, sure. It's a Buc-ee's button-up shirt. Why the hell not? And it was $25. Why not? And of course, I show it to my mom, and she's just like, "Are you fucking kidding me? This is what you went into the Buc-ee's for? So weird." Give it to Dad; he'll pay for it. I was originally gonna pay for it, actually. Hey, but I saw that the taxes was $27, and I only had 26. So I'm like, well, shit. So I got this, and I eventually explained it to them, and they're like, "Oh, okay, that explains it. You were trying to find something else. Got it." After that, we stopped at a Chick-fil-A for lunch, and because you know, I gotta eat. Okay. Hey, I know there's some fucking politics about. I know there's some shit about Chick-fil-A where it's like, the money that you're putting into a Chick-fil-A, that money is going to be put into like an anti-LGBTQ charity, which I know about that, and that is a shitty thing. But I'm like, at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck. I need to eat. I need to eat. Hey, man, like, come on. And so I eventually get my food, which... Did I not record it? I thought I recorded it. I guess I didn't count it. Actually, yeah, the last thing that it showed it was something that happened in Charleston. That's not true. The last thing that happened, and it was in Oxford. Oh, whatever. And that explains why some of the videos aren't shown here. Okay, hold on one sec. Hold up. Let me see if I can find the video. I'm trying not to use my phone all that much, because I found out that when it comes to the data usage, I'm almost 10 gigabytes. I'm almost 10 times over my limit. Because that's how much I was using my phone for the trip. And because I was that bored. Okay. Here was the Borvage thing, by the way. That was the thing I was talking about. At the entryway. So after that, then we went to the Chick-fil-A, which I got a spicy jalapeno ranch chicken club, mac and cheese, and a strawberry hibiscus lemonade. Which here's the video right here. You can kind of see that I gave it a bite, and I was just like, yeah, okay, it's a good sandwich. But then I put it away, and then I'm like eventually, well, okay, yeah, it's better than I thought. And then we do the fries. No, I did the mac and cheese, sorry. The mac and cheese was also good. And it was just, typical fast food mac and cheese. And then the strawberry hibiscus lemonade. Which that was probably the selling point for me, like the best bit, because it was kind of like a lemonade, but not as sour and sweeter than I would like. That's kind of a good thing for me, and because I like sweet. Anyway, let's go back to here. So Okay. I'm gonna do that. Okay. So after that, we finally get to Panama City. Hey, we get to the hotel room that we're staying in. And but my parents wanted already planned out what dinner we were gonna have, because they found out that in Panama City was a place called Cava, which Cava is, it's kind of like Chipotle but Mediterranean. So instead of getting burritos, you get pitas. So that's kind of cool. I was like, all right, sure, I'll give it a shot. And but before that, we went into the Panama City shopping center because our room wasn't ready. So we need to use up some time. And so we decided to look around at what the shopping center had in store for us. And turns out there was a Barnes & Noble, which is a bookstore. And then we also saw that there was a World Market, which I was like, shit, we haven't seen a World Market in like years. And when because I'm like, damn, we don't even see a World Market in Arkansas. And then when I went to go look it up, turns out there's no World Market locations in Arkansas. Because it goes from Alabama to Arizona, and then that's it. Yeah, which I'm like, well, that explains it. And if you don't know what World Market is, it's kind of like a store that does like international things. Like it sells international stuff. If like, chips or but that Lee Kum Kee sriracha mayo that I have, they also sell that there. They also sell bottles of hot sauce, even the Bomb Beyond Insanity, which I'm like, I wanted to get that, but nah, I couldn't. So we looked around there. That was kind of fun. And if I'm sounding tired, by the way, it's because, again, I just came back from the trip. Okay? I am tired. I haven't gotten proper sleep yet. So anyway, we get to our hotel, and then finally, the room is ready, right? And the room's ready for us to go into. So we're like, all right, sick. Hey, let's do this. So we get into the hotel room. It was a decent hotel room. But nice and quaint. And eventually, we just head to Cava. My mom and my brother decided to just like do their pre-made stuff, but they also had the option of creating your own things, and they also had the option of like salad bowls with rice. So yeah, that's what they did. I did with the pita bread because I'm like, bro, when the fuck are you gonna ever like have pita bread? So oh, that's just what we do. Yeah, we get our food, we get our orders in, and then I decided, you know what? I'm gonna go over to Kava because I'm gonna do my own pita bread thing. I don't know how this is gonna work out for me. Hey, but we'll see. We'll see. Hey, and it went pretty smoothly. It actually went pretty fast. I said, but I would say the one issue that I had was that when I was trying to put in my order, I wanted to put in some type of like sauce, like some type of dressing, and well, they skipped over that entirely. And I was like, all right, I guess I'm going without sauce. Guess I'm going without sauce here. I mean, of course, it was like, okay, put whatever you want on this, right? And then, like, put whatever you want on here, we'll do it. So, of course, I abused the shit out of it. and I ended up creating this monstrosity. Which I was trying to remember what exactly I put into this. So it had like it had three different dips, which was there's a choice of 6. It had 6 options, but you only choose up to 3. I chose harissa, crazy feta, and tzatziki because I thought those were the most Greek. Okay, you also had a choice of either one type of meat or split between 2 different kinds of meat. So I chose braised lamb and grilled chicken. And then there was like different types of toppings that you can put on there, which I put pita crisps, pickled onions, sumac slaw, which I don't know what that is, fire roasted corn, and romaine lettuce. And I was waiting for the dressings, but like I said, they completely skipped over it. But I was like, whatever. I'm getting some food, okay? And then I also had a lemonade as well. So, all in all, really good. Really good. I liked it. And I would go for more. I would definitely go for more. There. So yeah, we just got our food in, and eventually we ate, and then we just went to sleep, because whatever. Next day, it was the trip to St. Augustine, because that was the whole goal, right? That was the whole goal of the trip, to go to St. Augustine. So we start the trip because sure, we have to. And eventually, before we hit St. Augustine, actually, I think we go into Jacksonville. I think it's Jacksonville. And because we found out that in Jacksonville is a sugar factory, which we've been to the sugar factory in Biloxi. And we've also been to the sugar factory in Orlando. But we haven't been to the one in Jacksonville. So we're like, sure, let's head it up. And let's hit it up for lunch. And besides, we need to spend some time just so we can get our Airbnb ready. Because that's where we were staying. We were staying in an Airbnb for this. And, now, well, first and foremost, here's the drink that I got. And then the drink was called, the Ocean Water Margarita. Which, it tasted exactly... It tasted more like an Adios motherfucker, or an AMF. But I like the Adios motherfucker, so why not? Why not like this one too? As for the food, so funny thing about this. I ordered specifically the Nashville Hot Sampler. The Nashville Hot Sampler. Which was buffalo wings, Nashville hot chicken strips, a couple things of celery, and bacon cheese fries. There was supposed to be an extra thing of onions. There was supposed to be a thing of onion rings. But they said they ran out of the onion rings, which onion rings to me is like one of those things that where you're like, that they have these and you're like, oh, okay, they have onion rings. Cool. I can eat these. And then they just tell you, they ran out of onion rings and you'd be like, oh, thank God. I don't need to eat the onion rings. Because I think onion rings are good, but I don't, this is a very common thing. I don't like, again, when you bite into the onion ring and then you pull away from it and the onion just slips out, and you're just left with a battered sleeve of an onion ring. Like, no, I don't like that. So I give this a shot. The chicken, it's chicken. Like I'm not gonna critique that because I'm like it's what it is. Celery, also what it is. I did like the flavors of the chicken though. Oh, here's me backtracking on the fucking thing that I stated. So I did like the flavor of the Nashville hot chicken and the buffalo wings because, whatever. The celery was also nice. I haven't had celery in a while. They also asked, like, since they ran out of onion rings, they were like, so we're just going to double up on the fries. Is that okay? I'd be like, yeah, sure. And again, I kind of eventually realized I'm getting tired of eating fries on this trip. Like, come on. Then, Jesus Christ. So, all in all was good, but I couldn't finish it because of the fries. Anyways, eventually we made it to the Airbnb. I don't remember if we ate anything after we got back. I don't remember. Weirdly enough, I don't remember. Alright. I'm gonna have to check my phone real quick. Let me see if I have like a recording or a picture or something. No, it just skips over to the next day. Yeah, we probably went in a little late. That's probably why. Okay. So after we made it to the Airbnb, we eventually just kind of like crashed laid out on our accommodations, which I want to say the Airbnb was probably the most charming one. Like that sounds mean, but like I don't know how else to describe it. Because I'm just looking at some of the decor around there, and I'm like, Yeah, this is interesting. Also, funnily enough, this bathroom didn't have any body wash. No body wash. Yeah, we had to buy that on our own. We're like, we would have liked to have known that. So, anyway, we eventually just went to sleep. The next day, we went over to a place called Castillo's. I think it was like Castillo's Craft Kitchen and Bar, and we went there for breakfast because it was in a combined with the hotel. We're like, yeah, sure, whatever. And I saw that one of their menu items was that of biscuits and gravy. I've never had biscuits and gravy. I was also warming up to the idea of gravy. So I was like, sure, why not? I also had to think of cranberry juice because that's what I like drinking on. That's why I like drinking in the morning, cranberry juice, because it's nice and sweet, got that acidity as well. Not really good when you have a sore throat. uh, but it's nice. It's nice. So I got the drink, and I got my order, which was buttermilk biscuits and gravy, specifically buttermilk. And I'd say it looked quite nice. I'd say it looked quite nice. Nice. So it was specifically sausage gravy over buttermilk biscuits. The flour, there's and all that. That was more just, garnish, but you can technically eat those. So started, digging into this. I took one bite of it because I'm like, I mean, hell, I never had biscuits and gravy together. So why the hell not? Give it a shot. And, and the best way that I can describe it was the one motion that I had, which was cut, I had to bite into it. Just drop back onto the chair, dead. And it so, it was really good. It was really good. But holy shit, that was really nice. Eventually we just went and explored the town because St. Augustine, from what I've heard, is like the Spanish version of New Orleans, which I think tracks. I think that tracks because for those who don't know what New Orleans is a Louisiana-based town, and it's very much French influenced. Very much French influenced, right? And so we're like, okay, cool. I mean, so it's just a walkable town, right? It's a walkable town. And we saw like a lot of local stuff. We also randomly saw an Auntie Anne's, which that's a pretzel place, which I pointed it out, and my mom was just like, no. I mean, she would go to an Auntie Anne's on any other day. It's just that we can go to an Auntie Anne's on any other day. And like, if we were to get pretzels, we need to go for something more local, which, can't argue with that. You know what? Can't argue with it. I would probably do the same shit. So eventually we did. Yeah, well, actually, I don't know if this was on the same day. It might have been a day after. And then we eventually run into a store that sold hot sauces or like different types of condiments, which, like, come on. Your boy's got to get some, right? And this is St. Augustine. And this old City Fire hot sauce is from St. Augustine, Florida. So you know I've been there. Actually, there was a bit of a funny story with this. So we went in there. Yeah, we went in there and but we asked the clerk that was behind the desk, like, hey, do you guys do samples? Like, can we taste test these hot sauces before we buy them? And she said, we used to do them, but not anymore. To which we asked, well, what happened? And it turns out some kid ran into the store, or like some kid went into the store and took this hot sauce in particular, opened it up and just downed half the bottle. Which I'm like, where were their parents? Where were their parents? Because, I kid you not, these are probably the same type of parents that would just not pay attention to their kid. Their kid does something stupid and gets himself hurt. And then while in a store. And the parents would then go around and blame the store for hurting their kid. Like, no, pay attention to your fucking child. No, like, oh my god. What's the term for that? What is the term for that? Is it like helicopter parents or something? Because that to me feels like a helicopter parent. And so, eventually, they told us it was this hot sauce, and I was like, well, I gotta give it a shot. I haven't opened it yet. And because, so yeah, we got the hot sauce, and then made it back to the Airbnb, and we were trying to think of like what we could do for dinner, because dinner's coming around. But then I kind of remembered when we asked the waitress, like, hey, what places could we eat at? And they specifically said Meehan's. Meehan's Irish Pub. Which I'm like, sign me up. Sign me up. So we eventually find it. It was actually a place that we walked past when we were trying to get into town, the walkable part of town. And then when we tried going in there, the interior bit was completely full. But it turns out they actually have a outside bit that was called something different, but it was part of the same thing, called the Backyard Island Cafe. But it was called the Backyard Island Cafe at Meehan's. So, same difference. Hold on one sec. Sorry. So eventually we get to Meehan's. Yeah, we get to Meehan's and I get... Well, we get a few things. Spinach and artichoke dip, because, of course, I think it was actually baked. Spinach and artichoke dip. And then, which, your boy loves spinach and artichoke dip, so why not? Like, that sounds like I don't, but I actually do. Yeah, I think it's good. So, now we got that, and I saw that they also had on the menu oysters, because it was an oyster bar. And I've never had oysters. And I said that, and I wanted to try oysters. My parents didn't want me to because they thought the texture of oysters was disgusting. But I was like, oh no. If I'm going to learn about how oysters feel, I'm going to learn about this myself. I'm not going to take any cues from you. So I ordered oysters. And, they said that the only oyster set that they had at the moment were like chilled oysters. I don't remember specifically what it was, but they only had chilled oysters. So I was like, you know what? Fine by me. Yeah, I'm getting oysters anyway, so who the fuck cares? So, no, I just said, give me the chilled oysters, and I specifically asked for 6 because I didn't want to overdo it and go for 12. And the first thing that I noticed after I got my oysters was that, well, they weren't kidding. It was cold. And I think I actually took a picture of the oysters, or at least part of it. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't take a picture of. I didn't record like the first one I had, but my dad did, and they kind of just look like, this. If you're wondering what this is like a type of sauce that they had, which was like a daddle sauce or a dadle sauce. Yeah, which was actually in the same company that had this. So that's funny. Yeah, we really like the daddle sauce. But I gave an oyster a try because, if I'm gonna learn, I'm gonna learn the hard way. And it is a peculiar texture. Yeah, because my parents were saying that it was a little snotty. Yeah, I think they meant like slimy. Yeah, like very slimy. Yeah, but I gave it a shot. I was like, yeah, it's a distinct texture. Yeah, I can see why you would try this and just go like, no thanks. Yeah, but honestly, I didn't hate it. Yeah, although I think I did it wrong because if I remember correctly, I think you're supposed to just swallow all of the oyster. You're not supposed to like put it in your mouth and then chew on it for a bit. It's specifically not the oyster bit that you're supposed to have is the stuff inside of these little shells. Specifically, just so we're clear. All right, because this is just rock. This is just rock shell, whatever. There, so no, I ended up chewing on it. I don't think I was supposed to do that. I think I was supposed to just like take it down like a shot glass. which like, oops. It also had some cocktail sauce, which I tried it with the cocktail sauce. It was good. I tried it with the dadle sauce. It was better. And then I tried it with the horseradish, and I was like, no. No thanks. I feel like on anything else, yes. But on here, no. Just no, please. So, all in all, the oysters were fine. And they're definitely not something that I would go out of my way to get. That being said, if someone were to offer me an oyster, I'd be like, yeah, okay, I could take a couple. Yeah, like, they're not the worst thing in the world, but they're also, like, not the best, you know? So, my dad has my reaction of the first oyster that I've had, and it's like, kind of what you expect from that description, which was just okay, I don't mind this. I also had a thing of Guinness, because, you know, sure. And a thing of bacon mac and cheese, which, oh, that bacon mac and cheese looked fucking glorious. And do I have the picture of it? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. That is some glorious looking bacon mac and cheese. That looks amazing. And I gave it a shot. Oh, damn, that was good. But yeah, other than that, yeah, just finished up dinner, and then went to sleep. Yeah, but it's saying they spelled Guinness wrong. I probably left out an N. Anyway, sorry, I'm looking at my notepad thing. The next day, we started off by going to the Leitner Museum, which it's a history museum, which, you know how I am with history museums. I find them boring. That's not to say that that's bad. I just find them boring. Here, I even have a thing on the back of my phone that says that I went to the Leitner Museum. And I also want to point out, throughout this whole trip, I was just walking. And for like a good portion of the trip, I was just like, my legs were killing me. They wanted me to just stop moving. But then near the tail end of the trip, my legs were just like, all right, I guess this is the new normal now. Like, my legs just got used to walking so much that, like, it was weird. It was weird. So after the Leitner Museum, because again, I don't remember fucking thing from there. Here. But we went to get some lunch at a place called Maple Street Biscuit Company. And I specifically got grits, fried green tomatoes, and a peach berry lemonade. Well, I like the fried green tomatoes, and I like the peach berry lemonade, but the grits were some of the blandest grits that I've had. Some of. Because I think they said that they had like cheesy grits, but then I bit into it and I'm like, did they forget the cheese? Because this doesn't taste like it has cheese in it. So overall, not a great experience, but I will admit I probably just had a bad dish because according to my dad and my brother who had their own things, they said that theirs was good, which I'm like, okay, I probably just got a bad dish, which it happens. It's fine. Okay, yeah, and then we went to Ben's Soft Pretzels, which was a local pretzel place, and well, we just got a soft pretzel. I wanted to get a cinnamon sugar one, but I'll take the soft one, the salted pretzel. So we walked around there with the soft pretzel, and we eventually found out, hey, you know that hot sauce store that I talked about on the previous day? Turns out there's another one, and it's called Pepper Palace. And there's a Pepper Palace in Texas, a Pepper Palace in Tennessee, a Pepper Palace in Arkansas, and now we know that there's a Pepper Palace in Florida. So I'm like, of course I'm gonna go in there and try something. And so I did, and then while I was holding this pretzel, this clerk, this guy, he works for the place. He comes up to me and he's just like, yo, you guys want to sample some stuff? And my brother, he's just like, oh, he does more of the sampling things. And he's like, hey, I got a hot sauce that would work great with that pretzel. And I'm like, sell it to me, buddy. And he brings me over to this hot sauce. And he gives me a spoonful and he's like, okay, I want you to guess. I want you to try and figure out what this reminds you of. And I take a taste of it, and I originally thought it was Tabasco, like similar to Tabasco, because it was kind of vinegary, like Tabasco is. So I was like, Tabasco? And they're like, yeah, I would say that this is more like a better sriracha, which, yeah, after he mentioned sriracha, I'm like, I see it now. Yep, I 100% see it. And he's like, okay, now try it with the pretzel, which I did, and oh yeah, that was good. And my brother joins in, he tries it with the pretzel, and he's like, yeah, that's got some heat. And then that's got some heat to it. And so I think safe to say he sold me on the hot sauce. Pepper Palace Rooster Reaper hot sauce. This is the exact one. And this costed me $20. $20 for this. And I only had $26 in my wallet, so there goes a good portion of my money. But hey, it's worth it. It's worth it. And I even have it in my notepad saying, Pepper Palace, clerk upsells me on a hot sauce with the soft pretzel. But yeah, after that, and actually, I do remember one time we did go, because our Airbnb was right above a like a candy store. Now I did remember that, and I did go in there at one point to get a Boylan Bottling Company drink because I saw that they had it, and it was one that I haven't had before. Which was the Boylan Bottling Company Shirley Temple drink, which I just had that for the first time tonight, and all I can say, well, if you don't like cherry flavored, you're not gonna like this. And because, whew, it was very cherry flavored. Right, thankfully, I like cherry flavor. Here, so safe to say that is a good one for me. Yeah, a good one for me. Yeah, I have the bottle in there, by the way. Yeah, the empty bottle. Anyway. Hey, so after that, we go to a place called Harry's Seafood Bar and Grill, because I think according to my mom, they had something like this in New Orleans, which it's been years since I've been to New Orleans, so I can't attest that fact. So that's where we go to for dinner. We got some bread and butter, which, you know, it's bread and butter. Kind of what do you expect? Anyway, yeah, bread and butter. Sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things here. I got bread and butter, chicken and grits, because it was originally gonna be shrimp and grits, and I was gonna have a side of collard greens because, you know, never had collard greens. I wanted to see if I liked it, and but the waitress was like, okay, you know, you can have it with you know, you can get the chicken and grits, and they just have the collard greens on there anyway. And I'm like, all right, all right, sure. All right, so I get the, you know, I just get the chicken and grits. And chicken and grits with the collard greens, and gave that a shot. I honestly liked it. I honestly did like it. I've heard that it was sour, but when I tried it, I was like, it's not as sour as I expected. I like that. And so, you know, that plate was cleaned. And that plate was cleaned off by me. Hey, and as for dessert, bitch, we were in Florida. We were in Florida. Of course, I'm gonna be getting a key lime pie. Because of course I am. And of course I'm going to be getting it the key lime pie. Hey, gave it a shot. So good. So good. And it really liked it. And as for a drink, I think I just got a oh, I got a Coke. I was gonna say I thought I got a lemonade. But no. A Coke sounds right, actually. And then after that, just, you know, went back to the Airbnb and went to bed. Ready for the next day. Do I regret that? Because we ended up going to the lighthouse. There was a lighthouse some some ways away. And we're like, yeah, sure, let's check out this lighthouse. I nearly... Do I actually want to say this? Oh, fuck it, why not? Let's just say... Hey, this lighthouse nearly made me shat myself. Because I felt like I was gonna die. Hey, at least climbing up the steps. Climbing up the steps, it was a pain in the ass. But getting down those steps, it wasn't that bad, but it was still like, like I remembered after trying to climb those steps, and getting down those steps, my legs were shaking. My legs were actually shaking. Yeah, like, holy... I was like... I need a drink. I don't care what drink it is. And like, I don't care if it's a soda. I don't care if it's a Gatorade. I don't even give a shit if it was a beer. But I need something. And to calm my nerves. Because my leg is going a mile a minute, shaking like crazy. Eventually I got a water. Okay, so... Oh, eventually my leg was just like, yay, cool, we're gonna calm down now. Oh, actually, wait, fuck. I forgot to show the picture of the chicken and grits. Is it the next image? No, that was the grits and the fried green tomatoes. Yeah, you can kind of see that the grits were kind of sorry for themselves. There's the chicken and grits. Yeah, with the collard greens. Don't ask me what collard greens is because I don't know the answer. There, but that was really good. And then we got the key lime pie, which I think we got 2 of them. And then one for my parents to share and one for me and my brother to share, which yeah, it was nice. it was a nice key lime pie. That been really good. And then let me see what the next image is. Yeah, this. Also, the picture that I deleted was the picture of my at least on my Google Photos was the picture of my parents. And mostly because I'm like, I could just put that back in. And not that big of a deal. And also I remember that I sent the picture of them in the family group chat. And I knew exactly what one of the messages was going to be. And that was someone going like, "Oh yeah, I forgot Nick is in here. Oh yeah, I forgot Nick's in this. I forgot Nick is in this group chat." And which I knew that was going to be one of those messages. And boy was I not disappointed. Because that is exactly what I got. And because my sister goes like, "Whoa, Nick popping out of nowhere." I'm like, thanks, Sid. But anyway, after the lighthouse, we went to the beach because, well, we're in Florida, might as well get a tan. And that we specifically went there just so I can step into the Atlantic Ocean. I didn't really do that. I mean, I did do it, but not really. Because what I actually did, or what I spent most of my time at that beach for, was sand art. I was doing a Jolly Roger with with the little emoticon guy, and just going. And of course, I took this picture and I send it into the group chat with this emoticon because I'm like, hey, whatever, and just so they know what that image is. And what's weird is that this is kind of like a weird optical illusion. This image here, because it kind of looks like it's either protruding out of the sand or it's going into the sand. And it's weird. And it takes my mind a second to just go like, no, it's protruding out. And this is protruding out, this is going in. And that's what's happening. So I sent an image of this with this little emoticon guy, and I'm like, please, for the love of God, someone follow up on this. Like, I feel like it's either going to be my sister Jackie or my sister Sid doing this emoticon. Then in response. And well, I got exactly what I asked, which was my sister Sid. And doing that, but then also doing the other direction as well, like 3 times. And I'm like, thanks. Thanks, Sid. So anyway, after the beach, we went over to the we went in to go find some lunch. And we didn't go for any place local this time. This time we just went to a Chili's. Because we don't, funnily enough, we don't have a Chili's around here. Not that I know of. And then we just got, some burgers, some chips and salsa as well. And I also got some more fries, which, fuck me, I guess. And getting more fries. Which I didn't list in this notepad because I probably wanted to forget that I got the fries. But no, I got a double bacon rancher burger, chips and salsa, fries, and a lemonade. Because, bro, it's hot as balls out, okay? Hey, what did you want from me? Hey, but eventually we make it back to... After lunch, we make it back to the Airbnb. In fact, did I take a picture of that food? Yeah, I did. Yep, as you can see, fries. Yeah, we just got more fries. Fuck me. Hey, after that, we just went back to our Airbnb, just hung out as per usual. And then we're eventually going to go out for dinner again. And specifically, my mom found out that there's a restaurant that does Colombian food, which, you know, never had Colombian food. And so I wanted to give it a shot. But before we did, we found out that my sister-in-law told us, like, hey, over in Cape Canaveral, there's that Artemis 2 thing going on. And turns out that's like a couple hours away from you guys. So who knows? Maybe you guys can get a good shot. Which, like, I don't know about that, but I mean, and it's 2 hours away. Like, come on. And we can barely get something from I don't know where. Yeah, but like we can barely. Yeah, what makes you think that we're gonna get something, and from just damn near hundreds of miles away? Like, what makes you think we're gonna get that? Yeah, so we were able to see the Artemis 2 launch off into space. And I kept this recording going for like a minute until it eventually disappears behind clouds. And to show that it was me recording this, There I am. And then, so yeah, that actually happened. And then also, sorry, you can really see this. And so I forgot to turn off window capture. And the funny thing was that almost everyone was at that exact same spot, just waiting, going like, okay, where's it gonna be? And there was also a bunch of boats out there as well, parked out there, going like, waiting for it. And that's all you see. You just see like an orange spot, and just going up into space. So I'm like, huh, okay. So after that, we went into a place called Columbia, which I'm not even kidding. That's what it's called, Columbia Restaurant, and I have it listed here. And I specifically get that they give you like a little baggie with bread in it, and each person gets a little baggie with bread in it, which I like that. And as for the food that we ordered, we got shrimp and yellow rice. Well, I got shrimp and yellow rice and a Coke, which it looked a little something like this. I honestly thought it was good, but I couldn't finish it. I only took like a few bites and I was like, okay, I can't eat more. And that wasn't because I didn't think the food was bad. It was because on the same day that I had this monstrosity. And so I literally couldn't eat more, or otherwise I was going to be sick. So I had to pass it off to everybody else at the table. Well, and most of the comments were going towards the shrimp, which, whatever. Yeah, I thought the shrimp was good, but I can see why that could be, why some people wouldn't like it, because it's not like grilled or anything. It was boiled. And so I can understand why it wouldn't be all too great. But after that, we just went back to the Airbnb and we just went to sleep. The next day was us going to Savannah, Georgia, where we were going to be spending a few days there. So that one wasn't really that far of a drive. It was like a few hours comparatively. Yeah, like it was still kind of a long drive, but like compared to the previous drives, this was nothing. So we eventually get to Savannah, Georgia. We couldn't get to our hotel at the time because I think they needed to still prep our room. So we decided, okay, we're going to go to an island called Tybee Island. And then, which is kind of like an hour, half an hour away. So why not? We could also get some sun there if we could, if we wanted to. But we couldn't because it was like that weird app parking thing, which we're still trying to understand how that works. Like I said, we kind of missed the days of the parking meters where you just go up to the thing and just add like quarters into it to just add hours until you max it out. So whatever. But we tried to get onto the beach. Again, couldn't really figure it out. So we just stopped at a place for lunch called Pier 16 Seafood Restaurant. Or Pier 16. And it was a seafood place. And I specifically got the shrimp po' boy with a side of hush puppies, a thing of fries, and a Coke. Because, bro, I like hush puppies, okay? I love them. And as you can see, this is on the way. And this was on the way to Savannah, Georgia. And let it load. Or not. Yeah, you can see we're going over a bridge here. There, right here. All right, and then this is at Pier 16. And the hush puppy's looking good. And the shrimp po' boy, I had to. I don't know if it was this place in particular, but I had to like take off some shrimp in order to eat it. No, actually, it was at a later place in Savannah, Georgia. This is in Tybee Island. And, all of it was good, especially the fries, which I know I said that I'm getting tired of the fries, but like, come on, these fries were good. Yeah, these fries were actually good. And shrimp po' boy was good. The hush puppies were good. And I know that was purple cabbage, but whatever. I didn't bother eating it because it was more of a garnish. Yeah, like you didn't have to eat this. So anyway, after that we went and did some shopping because sure. We eventually stopped at a damn it, I shouldn't have pulled this down. We eventually stopped at a Ben and Jerry's. Hey, so first time I was having Ben and Jerry's, I think. I don't know. My mom just got a chocolate ice cream. My brother got a vanilla ice cream. My dad got I think it was like a Cherry Gonzalez. I think that was the name. I don't remember the name. And I got a honey graham latte flavor because I thought that was interesting. Wanted to give it a shot. And I thought it was good. My brother said it was like coffee cake, which, yeah, I could see that. And but I still liked it. You can also tell that you can also feel the graham crackers inside of it, the honey graham crackers. There's yeah, but yeah, all that was good. After that, we eventually made it back to the hotel. Stayed there for a bit, and I noticed that while we were checking in, that we saw that I saw that there was a restaurant built into the hotel called the Toasted Barrel. Sorry, I just saw my bag fall. It was a place called the Toasted Barrel, which when I looked at the menu, it looked like it did grilled cheeses, which I was like, "Hey, grilled cheese spot." And then we went there. So we eventually went there for dinner, and I got a Korean beef grilled cheese with a thing of chips. It also had like a pickle spear, which I don't eat pickle spears. So I just left that. And as for a drink, I got a Lafayette cocktail, which I wonder if I took a picture of that. Yeah, I did. It looked like this, right? It looked decent. It also tasted pretty nice. And then my food order came in. Well, the drink was nice. Okay. Okay. Let me tell you, this was probably the worst restaurant that I went to on this trip. Like, look, the chips were good, but like, they're chips. They are chips. Of course, they're going to be good. And if you fuck up the chips, then you fucked up everything. Like, okay, the chips were good, but that's standard. And I was there for the grilled cheese, and this was so disappointing. This was so bad. I had to list every single issue that I've had with this. Every single issue that I've had with this, I've put on my fucking notepad here. Because it's the Korean beef grilled cheese, chips, and the Lafayette cocktail. And I put in parentheses, inner thoughts on the Korean beef grilled cheese sandwich. Yeah, which I should have taken this as a massive issue. It had a sriracha aioli, which I don't have an issue with sriracha aioli. I like it. The problem is that sriracha is inherently Japanese, not Korean. So if we're going to go for a Korean dish, why the fuck did you put sriracha in it? And I feel like the equivalent would be... Actually, I'll talk about that later. Because that is later in this notepad. Second issue, they used thick slices of beef brisket, which made it really chewy. Which that's fine, but the problem is the fact that not only were they thick slices of beef brisket, but they were thick slices of dry beef brisket. The best beef brisket that you can get, and it is when the beef brisket is moist. He said like it's dripping in fat. And when it's dry, it just becomes like an eraser. It just becomes like an eraser. They're very chewy, very rubbery. And also, this was actually the first time where I contemplated, was the beef brisket pre-made? Because I couldn't tell. No, I said wasn't sure if beef brisket was pre-made or fresh. Felt pre-made, but it had a smoke ring, which the smoke ring is like the pink ring that you get with smoked meat. And it had a smoke ring on it, which made me think it was fresh. Which I just couldn't I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell. And then, and the other issue was the fact that there was supposed to be sriracha aioli and cheese on this. Where? I didn't notice any of those. I also noticed that there was like a weird crunch that I wasn't sure or what it was. I wasn't sure if it was the kimchi inside of it, because there's kimchi inside of it, if you can't tell by the sides here. And there's kimchi inside of it. And, or they somehow snuck in some pickles, which wasn't part of the dish. I mean, there's the pickle spear, but there, in the grilled cheese itself, there's no fucking pickles. So like I just I didn't know. I didn't know what to do. Or like I didn't know what to think about that. And then the next issue, it goes back to the beef brisket. I feel like they put too much. I feel like they put too much beef brisket, because I'm like, oh my god, this is nothing but beef brisket, like dried beef brisket. Like, oh no. And then there was the bread, which was weirdly uncomfortable to hold. I don't know what it was. I think it might have just been like kind of greasy in the wrong way. Like a good grilled cheese is not supposed to be greasy. Like the bread is not supposed to be greasy. It's supposed to be buttery. Hey, not greasy. I'm like, no. This was such a fucking disappointment. Oh god. And that was all the issues that I had with this. And then I listed all the things that I probably would have fixed. Like all the ways that I would have fixed it. Number 1, replace the sriracha aioli with gochujang aioli, because gochujang is Korean. It is a Korean thing. Number 2, I'd put less brisket. Number 3, instead of using slices of brisket, I would have chopped it up. I would have chopped it up, maybe shredded it. And it, because, you know, it becomes easier to digest. This was just, no. I also would have cooked the kimchi, brisket, and cheese together, with rice if that's available. Because I think that is technically a Korean thing to do. Where you would put kimchi, rice, and cheese together. And it becomes like its own dish. And it's like I think like a dessert. Put some corn in as well. So I feel like that's what I could have done. And then, or like that would have been a suggestion. And that they also used cheddar cheese, which that's not really an issue for me, but like in a grilled cheese. But I feel like when it comes to this, you got to use mozzarella. You got to use like mozzarella or something, like a creamy cheese. Also, would you use a thicker bread, which, yeah, that was part of the issue. And I probably would have toasted it more. Probably with butter. Or like more butter, because like, this was just not it. This was not it, homie. God. And there's the bit of me ranting about a grilled cheese. uh. Son of a bitch. So anyway, after that fucking travesty, and my parents asked me what I thought of the grilled cheese, and I told them the drink was nice. And like, the grilled cheese had potential, but it was just wrong in a lot of ways. That's how I would have put it. And so, after that, we did a little walk around the river, a little river walk. Okay, because that was actually a couple blocks down from the hotel that we were staying at, which was, I think, the Spring Hill Suites. Which, by the way, hey, when we went for breakfast there on the first day, hey, the fucking thing was packed. The thing was packed, and there was a line towards the waffle machine. And which, by the way, there was some more Spring Hill Suite stuff that I wanted to talk about, but we'll get to that. So anyway, we got some breakfast. Eventually, then we did the river walk. Which, well, it's the river walk. Okay, it's kind of what you expect. We also eventually hit up a marketplace, actually. Yeah, we hit up a marketplace where we bought a couple things, and because sure, why not? They're souvenirs. And I bought something. This is probably the most creative hot sauce bottle that I've had. It is the General's hot sauce, the Reaper Actual. They didn't do samples of this, as far as I know. So I don't know what this is gonna taste like. It might be the hottest thing I've ever had, or it could be very vinegar based. Actually, did it have vinegar on here? Distilled white vinegar, yeah. And chipotle seasoning, salt, garlic. Although the number one, the one that's listed first is American grown cayenne and Carolina Reaper peppers. So you know that this is probably going to be like some strong stuff. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. So that was probably the most absurd hot sauce bottle I got. Anyway. So we did that, and then eventually we started going more inland. And then because, of course. There's and we eventually hit up a place called called the Savannah Seafood Shack. Yeah, which it was a place that was highly rated by the Food Network, Travel Channel, and a couple other places. So we decided to give it a shot, and my mom got catfish. I think my brother got no. I think she got catfish tacos. I don't remember what my brother got, and me and my dad decided to share their famous low country boil. I forgot to add and Coke. A famous low country boil, hush puppies, and Coke. Which the problem with the boil was it had potatoes. Yeah, well, let's just say it wasn't pretty looking. This was like after we've already eaten quite a bit of it. So it was shrimp, sausages, corn, and bits of potatoes as well. Well, and here are the hush puppies. I already ate some of them. But the hush puppies were good. And the boil was really good, but then as I started eating more, I was just like, I'm starting to feel like the potatoes were one problem. The other problem was I started to feel the seasoning of it more and more, and I was just not. I wasn't very pleased with that feeling. So I was like, no, thanks. I'm good. I'm good. Like, no, thanks. But other than that, it was decent. So after that, just went back to the hotel, relaxed a bit. I know eventually we were watching the movie Jack Reacher. I think that might have been while we were in Harris. Because I remember we were watching the movie Jack Reacher, or the one with Tom Cruise, not Alan Richson. And so like I said, I saw that, and I got a bit more context to a scene that I saw, which I was like, what the hell? Okay. And then it's revealed like, oh, they're part of, they're being paid to get rid of this guy. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of like the show in a sense. With the drunk college kids and all. Anyway. So we eventually go out for dinner, and I think the original idea was that we were gonna go out for pizza, but when we went to the pizza place in question, Graffito's, which no shade towards them, and then because this totally happens, And so I don't blame them for this. But they said that we couldn't get outside seating because all the outside seating places were already booked. And if we wanted to get an outside seating, we had to wait like a while. But if we wanted to get indoor seating, it'd be 15 minutes, which we didn't really have the patience for that. So we were just like, fuck it, let's just go somewhere else. They're like, oh, okay, sorry. We're like, hey, we don't blame you. No, it happens. It's fine. So we eventually go to a place. We decided to go to a place called Chart House, which had a shrimp po' boy. I also had corn on the cob. As a dessert, it was carrot cake. I also forgot I had fries and a Coke, which, let me pull up the picture for that. Oh, yeah, I forgot I took this picture. I forgot I took this picture. I was taking a picture of a typo that I saw on the menu, because I'm like, it's so stupid. So yeah, it's sideways, so it's kind of hard to read, but it says hot honey sandwich served with chicken tenders, Savannah Bee Company hot sauce honey, pimento cheese, and pick. But like, did the person who typed it just forgot to finish that off, or did the person was the person typing it that was just like trying to type it out as fast as possible, and then someone came in and they're just like, yoink, hey, getting you off the typewriter, buddy. No, like, what the fuck? What happened? I know. God, I noticed it and I just couldn't help but laugh at it because I'm like, what? What happened here? Anyway, here's the actual food. I thought it was good. I did like the this was the overabundance of shrimp. I also got a little messy with this because I tried eating it, and then all of a sudden one of these tomato slices just slooped out of the sandwich, landed on me. Landed on the chair, landed on me again, and then landed on the floor. And I'm like, damn it, I just changed into the shirt. So, all in all, it was good. I thought I don't know if it was this one. I thought the corn was a little uncomfortably soft. Like, it was good, don't get me wrong, but it was like uncomfortably mushy. I prefer my corn on the cob to have a bit of a bite into it. This one was just a little mush. I'm like, okay. There was the carrot cake as well, kind of toppled over. There, also the waiter said that they were the ones who put the little smile on the plate, which I thought was kind of funny. The carrot cake was good. It's a carrot cake, and like carrot cake is not my top type of cake. It's not my top kind of cake, but it's decent. If I had the option of turning down a carrot cake, I'd be like, yeah, I'm good. Sorry. But if it was forced onto me, I'd be like, all right, I'm eating carrot cake. Like, it's not going to kill me, but I'm like, I prefer something else. Honestly. No shade to anyone who likes it. That's not what I'm doing. And if you like it, good on you. It's just not my preferred kind of cake. That's all I'm saying. And so After that, yeah, we just went back to the hotel, went to sleep. Next day, it rolls around. And then we go over to I put down food market. Well, yeah, we kind of did go to a food market. So yeah, we went over to a food market and we tried out some hot sauces there. Yeah, but we also tried some candied pecans. We didn't get any of the hot sauces because I thought the hot sauces were just meh. Yeah, I think my brother described it best saying, "Hey, the hot sauces, yeah, they're hot, but they're like hot in the terms of acidic. They're not hot in the terms of like spicy." Yeah, which I had to agree on him with that because I'm like, yeah. Sorry, but not our type. Hate to break it to you. And as for the candied pecans, well, we bought like a bunch of them, and then we bought a bunch of them. Some for us to keep, and then a few just to give off to our neighbor for like trying to take care of our plants. But we have something to admit. We don't know where those went. We don't know where those pecans went. And like after we got home, we tried looking for the pecans, and I kid you not, we can't find them. For the life of us, we can't find them. And then we've tried looking everywhere. We tried looking in the car. We tried looking into our bags. We tried looking into the cooler that we brought, which nowhere. We just couldn't find them. We're like, all right, well that sucks. Hopefully we have something else to give them. Which we did. We had like some cookies that we got from Charleston, which we'll get to those in a bit. Because I got something here from Charleston and right next to me. So anyway, that was a bit upsetting that we can't find that. But after that, we went over to this place called Trailer Park Hitch, and as we were there, I noticed that in the background they were playing the first Ghostbusters. So, which when I pointed it out, my mom was just like, "All right, well, we'll try and give you a seat that makes it so that you can see the screen." And because, I might as well watch some Ghostbusters. Why not? And no harm in watching a little ghost busting, right? And so as we're watching Ghostbusters, we put in our orders, which I got the Trailer Park Smash Burger with fries. And I got a cherry cola cocktail, which I think it was called the cherry cola cocktail because it had a cherry flavored Kool-Aid vodka, which I didn't even know that can be vodka. And so, gave it a shot because when the hell am I going to have a cherry cola cocktail And this is what it ended up coming out looking like. Very much like a cocktail. And if I were to be honest, I didn't hate it. I did like it. The only thing that I said about it was that it tasted like a cherry flavored NyQuil. Yeah, like a cherry flavored nighttime cough medicine. And then, which I didn't, like I said, I didn't hate it. It's just that's what it reminded me of. So, drink was good, but about like a third into the drink, I started feeling lightheaded, and I was like, "Oh, this is a strong one." Okay, hold up. I need to chill for a sec. As for the burger itself, it was good. It was good. Yeah, the fries weren't like overabundant for me, and I thought the burger was nice and filling. So, yeah, why not? Why not like that? Why not? So, and then after that, we just went back to the hotel. I relaxed a bit because holy shit, I'm kind of having a buzz. Uh, but for dinner, we ended up going to a pizza place called Screamin' Mimi's, which you can kind of tell that this was like a local pizza place because I looked at the counter that they had and it was just nothing but pop culture stickers on there, like Adventure Time, Over the Garden Wall, Steven Universe. There's a fucking Rick and Morty and all that. It's like, wow. Oh, very much pop culture animation stuff. I didn't hate it. It's just, I'm pointing that out. As for what we got 2 slices of Hawaiian pizza because, my parents like Hawaiian pizza, which Italians are screaming at us now. But don't worry, they're not going to be screaming at them. They're also going to be screaming at me because, well, so the pizzas only come in one size. This is an 18-inch pizza, and it's barbecue chicken. And I only had half a slice of the Hawaiian pizza, which it was decent. It was, it's a Hawaiian pizza. It's very typical. And then I had 2 slices of this, and I'm just like, if I have a third, I'm going to throw up. Like, this is so much. Like, it's good. It's good. But it's so much. Like, this is definitely the type of pizza that you would bring to a party. And when my brother tried to give me a third slice, I just went... I'm not even kidding. My body was physically rejecting it. And, like, it was physically recoiling in fear, going like... I want to go for a third slice, but my body is just telling me stop. Just no, this is not no. So I did have the third slice on my plate, but I didn't eat it because like I'm not gonna make myself throw up. Like, come on. So yeah, that was fun. And that's for later. There. So yeah, after that we just went home, went to the hotel, chilled out, and then went to sleep, getting ready for the day that we go to Charleston. In which, oh boy, there's a lot to do here. Okay, so Uh, thing is, good news, yay, we're getting a hotel in Charleston. Bad news, it's an Embassy Suites. And I don't know if I've made my opinion on Embassy Suites, but I'm gonna say it just in case. I don't like them. I like their rooms. I do like their rooms. But in the terms of breakfast buffets, I would rather stay in any other hotel. Like, especially the Beau Rivage. Like, I don't care if it's more expensive. I don't give a shit about that. And if I don't like that, if I don't like the Embassy Suites buffet, I'm going somewhere else. I'm sorry. Especially their happy hour. God, do I not like their happy hour. Because my problem with their happy hour is that it's just like one thing and that's it. It's just like one, maybe two things and that's it. Like you get an assortment of snacks or chips and salsa and that's all you get. Which, no. To me, the best happy hour, the best hotel happy hour that I've had was Drury Inn. Was the Drury Inn Hotel. And because at least with that, you get not only nachos or a thing of Mountain Dew, you also get hot dogs. Which I'm like, yes, why not have that in every goddamn hotel, please? But anyway, I forgot to mention, and on the day that we were leaving for the Embassy Suites in Charleston, we went down into the lobby for breakfast at the Spring Hill Suites, and there was this one kid. Oh my god, this poor kid. And he was right in front of me, and we were both at the waffle maker, trying to get waffles, and he's just, you can tell that he just didn't know what was going on or like what he was doing. And because he was just like, what is this metal thing here for? This little metal thing under this plastic fork. I'm like, that's a... So I tried to help. I tried to help him by going like, okay, that is a metal rest. And he tries to get the batter, but he's like, what do I do? Help. So he places... So I had him place his cup under the dispensary with the waffle thing, and then press the tab to pour some in. And I'm like, yeah, now you just pour it into the waffle iron over here. And he's like, oh, I'm going for that one. I'm like, okay. So he pours it in, and he's like, he closes it, and he's like, is it cooking now? I'm like, Jesus Christ, kid. So I just had to walk up and turn the thing for him. I'm like, there, it's cooking. And I go back to my thing. Because I'm like, okay, well, I'm also making waffles. Why not? Like, I was trying to help. I was trying to help. But I'm like, kid, I can tell that you're a good kid, but like, come on. And if you're going to be going to hotels, this is something that you got to learn. And as someone who's spent a good portion of his life going into hotels, I wasn't homeless. I was just traveling a lot. But then going into hotels, you kind of get used to how things work. So, that happened. And then as I was eating breakfast, as I was eating my waffles, I'm not even kidding, one of the hotel employees dressed up as the Easter Bunny. because it was on Easter Sunday that we were leaving to Charleston. They dressed up as the Easter Bunny and started like greeting kids and whatnot. I'm like, I'm just like, I've never seen a hotel do that. That's actually pretty cool. So I thought that was really funny. Anyway, after that, we started heading to Charleston. On the way, we stopped at a beach in it was specifically Hilton Head. That's where we stopped at, Hilton Head. And stopped there, got some sun, and which hence the other bit of sand art and me doing the same emoticon, but just in a different direction. Also, if you're wondering what that drink is in the bottom right, it was some kind of like alcoholic lemonade. I don't remember what it was called, like Tahi lemonade or something like that. And off to the right was a Gatorade bottle filled with water, which, by the way, I was supposed to bring home today, and I forgot it at the hotel in Oxford. It's a water bottle. It's fine. And also with the sand that was at this beach, I couldn't build up from it. Like I couldn't pile the sand up into a mold because it was too grainy, too fine. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'm gonna have to dig into it. Which I found out that the top layer of the sand was completely grainy, but as I dig deeper, it was more solid, more wet. So I'm like, that's where I'll work. Yeah, so that's what I did. After that, we went for lunch. We specifically stopped at a Waffle House. That's it. We stopped at a Waffle House, and I got a Texas bacon cheese chicken melt, and it was just kind of like a patty melt, but instead of beef, it's chicken. And also, a thing of grits, bacon, and a Coke. It looked like this, which I heard that I saw in a video that Waffle House grits, it wasn't all that great. But I tried it and I thought it was decent. And it was very buttery. That was the thing. It was very buttery. And the cheesesteak was nice though. I did like that. And also throughout this trip, throughout me being in I'm at St. Augustine to St. Augustine, Savannah, and on the way to Charleston, I had that beanie that read, "I paused my game to be here," and you have no idea how many comments I've had. You have no idea, like the comments that I've had of people just walking by me, seeing that hat, and just going like, "Love the hat, bro." Like some were saying it that they loved the hat, so I thought it was really funny. Hey, one of the people at Waffle House actually wanted to know where I got the hat, and someone in Savannah, I was at the marketplace, sitting on the bench, just like, taking in the scenery. This guy walks by and he just goes, "So what game did you pause?" And I was in my own, I was in my own head, I was in my own thoughts, and so I couldn't give an answer. And he's just like, "Wait, you didn't pause any game? That's false advertisement, bro." I couldn't give a response because I I was caught off guard. Now I know like what response to give, which I was like, which I'm like, if someone else that were to say that to me, and like, what game did I pause? I would just go Sims 4. Anyway, but no one else said it. So, after that, went to the Embassy Suites hotel room, and like I said, breakfast usually at an Embassy Suites is just not very good. in my opinion. Like I would rather eat something else. Next day, because they at least had, although they did have bagels, I will say they did have bagels. So I was like, okay, I can eat that at least. So the next day we go out in St. Charleston. St. Charleston. We go out in Charleston, and we find out that there's. Yeah, we were trying to find a like a river walk, but it ended up being so far away from us, or so far away from where we were going. We ended up going to an aquarium instead, and the aquarium just had like the usual sea creatures and all, so nothing really noteworthy. But we eventually went to a marketplace that had like, different types of art, different types of art, different types of clothing. What they also had was different types of snacks, which I have one of them here. And this was one of the things that I was excited to see in Charleston, and that is Charleston Benny wafers. Now I watch it, B. Dylan Hollis, right? I watch it, some of his stuff. He specifically had a short where he made Benny wafers, which Benny wafers is like, they're kind of like little cookies, but they're made with either Benny seeds or sesame seeds. It even says here, sugar enriched wheat flour, which is niacin, reduced iron, thiamine, mononitrate, riboflavin, folic acid, malted barley, butter, which is sweet cream and salt, whole eggs, Benny seeds. In parentheses, they put sesame seeds because they're interchangeable, from what I've heard. Vanilla extract, pure, which is water, alcohol, sugar, vanilla bean extractives, salt, and baking powder, which is sodium bicarbonate. And it also contains milk, eggs, sesame seeds, and wheat. So probably for food allergy reasons, they had to put that. Made in a facility that uses pecans and almonds. So I'm gonna pop this bag open because I asked if I can sample it. They're like, yeah, sure, give it a shot. And when I gave it a shot, I was like, oh, this is gonna be addictive. This is gonna be good. My mom was skeptical because of the sesame seeds. I gave it a shot. I'm like, you know what it's like? It's like a hardened sugar cookie. It's like a hard sugar cookie. That's what it's like. I can open this. There we go. They look like these. Hold on. Get a closer look. And they look like little cookies. That was really good. Oh shit. So me and my mom are the only ones who have tried these. My dad and my brother haven't tried them yet. My brother actually has another one of these, but he only has the lemon cookie ones, which he likes lemon cookies, which I can't blame him. They're nice. Anyway, So, oh yeah. By the way, here's part of the aquarium thing. There was a bald. There was actually a bald eagle in there. Or he was just sitting there watching us, going like, "Filthy humans." Okay. So after that, we went to. We stopped at a place called Church Union, in which that a bit weird for me to go to church, but the Church Union was actually a restaurant, and it was a restaurant. But this one had a lot of like more high end stuff, which sounds sounds expensive, but honestly, we looked at the prices and we're like, that's actually not bad. Yeah, for the price, that's not bad. So my brother got some kind of burger. I think it was like a CU burger, which is kind of like the basic burger. My mom and my dad got these this like Wagyu bulgogi and stuff, which bulgogi is like a way of preparing meat. It's like a thin cut of meat that's like been stir fried. And as for me, I got this drink, which is a ghost cocktail. Where are my royalties? uh, a ghost cocktail. Oh, and as for the food, spoiler alert, there's fries. But I got this thing. It is a thing of fries, but it's a Chef Jamie's lamb burger. And I thought this was going to be like a big burger, like it was going to be rich and all. But I gave it a taste and I was like, whoa, this is really good. And like for the price, I think it was like 23 bucks or something. And it like, I would have expected this to be like 50 or something. But no, that for that price, hell yeah. Yeah, that was a good burger, good drink, and good fries. Like that was probably, I'm not gonna lie, this was probably one of the best places that we've been to. Just gonna say it. And as for dinner, well, after this, we decided to just head back, and I'm not kidding. On the way back, we found out that right next to the Embassy Suites is a Chipotle, and my dad hasn't been to a Chipotle in a while. So when we saw that, we were just like, dinner figured out, bam. Which I just had my water bottle for a drink, and as for dinner, I just got my usual order, which is burrito with like one half chicken, one half sofritas, tomatillo green salsa, brown rice, no beans, fajita veggies, queso blanco, and romaine lettuce. Yeah, that's my go-to order. Oh, also on the way, I spotted this. I was questioning why this was here, because I'm like, this is just a weird bit of street art. Like, what? Why is there a Dalmatian on a bed here? And then the next day, I ended up finding out, oh, this is a fire station. That's why. Because Dalmatians are usually fire dogs. So that explains why that was out there. Also, the flower over there kind of makes me think that there was a firehouse dog that was here that ended up passing away, which is a sad thing to think about. Anyway, we'll get to this in a sec. So, anyway, I get my order, and it's like, it's what I remembered. It's a burrito and all. It's good. And so the next day after dinner, whatever, and then we go out again to try and find this Riverwalk, because now we have a basic idea of where it is, and we eventually find it. And along the way, we run into a street called Rainbow Row, which it's called Rainbow Road because all the houses are colored like a rainbow. No, and we also found a street called Trad Street, which we wanted to find that because my mom's friend, a family friend of ours, their favorite book is called The House on Trad Street. And so she just wanted to go there, take a picture of it, and just go like, "Hey, look where I'm at." Which, fair enough. And as we were walking around, we found this old church. Walked into it, looked around a bit, and they're like, "Oh yeah, across the street is like an old theater, by the way, like an old Broadway theater." And that's still in use. So we checked in there, and the guy was given like a bit of a history of the place. And sorry, I'm blank. Sorry, my mind went blank. He was given a bit of a history of the place, and then we just like, okay, is there a place for lunch? Do you recommend anywhere? And he was like, yeah, there's this Irish pub place called Tommy Conran's. And so there's also a place called the Blind Tiger. Which my dad thought that was the same place that we went to in Biloxi. No, that was the Blinding Tiger. Not the Blind Tiger. It was a weird coincidence, I know. So anyway, we eventually get the whole tour of the theater, or like we get a look around the theater, and eventually we stop at, well, Tommy Conran's. And because of course we do. And what we ended up getting was something called Dublin rolls, which Dublin rolls were kind of like egg rolls, but with veggies inside. And then my mom had them while she was in Fargo. She really liked them. And so when she saw them on the menu, she was like, yes, we got to get these. And I gave them a shot, and they were good. They were definitely good. But as for the main dish, I got... Yeah, well, there was also a thing of coleslaw, so got that as well. I got Irish potato chowder there with pimento cheese grits. And my brother and my dad had some fries, so I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll take some. As for the drink, I just got a lemonade and a water. Now, these grits were probably the best I've had this whole trip. But also, this was on the same day that I had Embassy Suites grits. Remember how I said that Maple Street grits that were pretty bland? Embassy Suites grits. It makes the Maple Street grits look like the most delicious thing ever. Like, oh my god, the Embassy Suites grits were so bad. Like, I was just like, no, no. No, I had like such an instant negative reaction to Embassy Suites grits. Like, I just no, just stop, no, no, absolutely not, hell no. So anyway, the grits here were good. And I had these and I was like, oh, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And then I had the Irish potato chowder. And again, it was that type of reaction where it's like I have a bit of it and I'm just like, oh, that is nice. So, all in all, really good. Then really good. Then we also had some leftover crackers, so we just went back to the Riverwalk, and then it just like threw out some fries, threw out some crackers. And at first we were doing that because of the seagulls. We know seagulls like crushed up bits of saltines and fries. And we did that for them, and at first they weren't responsive, but then one of them noticed a French fry that I've placed, picked it up, and now there was more seagulls going like, okay, where's there more? Where's there more? And that's when they started noticing us, and they were like, feed us, feed us. So, oh yeah, that was something. After that, we just skipped dinner and we just went to sleep because we were like, we're kind of just tired. We've already ate a lot. Let's just go to sleep, please. So next day, wake up. I skipped breakfast because, again, Embassy Suites breakfast sucks ass. Yes, and we started making a 5-hour trip over to Oxford. We couldn't get any hotels in Birmingham because, again, then they were all booked. So we get Oxford, and then we stop on the way for lunch. We stop at a Bojangles, which I'm guessing there was no picture of that or no video of it, apparently. Yeah, all right, gonna have to pull out my phone. Okay. So you can see the trip over to Oxford in this right here. There. And then here's me trying out Bojangles, because I've already been to Bojangles before, but this is me recording it, which is me eating the Bo's chicken sandwich, fries. To be fair, I didn't order fries. I ordered mac and cheese. Yeah, but whatever. Or like, it's fries. Like, whatever. I'm still gonna eat it. And I also had, and my mom offered me a chicken nugget, and because she had like the chicken nugget thing, and as a drink, me and my dad both got Mountain Dews, and we got a little mixed up, but with the Mountain Dews. So I would like to say this. I feel like Bojangles, to me, is more comparable, because I've seen the episode of Hot Ones with Post Malone, where they compared Bojangles to Chick-fil-A. And I feel like a more fair comparison would be Bojangles and Popeyes, because those are way more similar. those are way more similar. And I would probably prefer Bojangles more. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, after that, we just went over to our hotel for the night. Which again was in Oxford, Alabama. And funnily enough, right next to this hotel is a Cracker Barrel. So we're like, yeah, screw it, that's our dinner. All right, that's gonna be our final dinner for the trip. So, that's where we went. We went to Cracker Barrel. I got the barbecue bacon smokestack, mac and cheese, biscuit, and corn muffin, and a root beer. I also got a t-shirt from that. And which you can kind of see that little black mass on the bed. And I'll show it later. So the actual meal that I got was looking like this. The barbecue bacon smokestack with a thing of mac and cheese. The burger was good, because that's what the barbecue bacon smokestack was. It was a burger with a thing of mac and cheese. The mac and cheese flavor was good, texture was good. The temperature was off. Like, it wasn't bad, it was just lukewarm, So, as for the biscuit and the corn muffin, that's usually good at a Cracker Barrel, so I don't have any pointers for that one. And for the root beer, it was their like restaurant root beer. I forgot what it was called. I don't remember. And as for the t-shirt, you might think I got a Cracker Barrel t-shirt. You might think. You 100% might think. Yeah. This is 100% not a Cracker Barrel t-shirt. It's a Pac-Man t-shirt. Listen, I saw this on the shelf and I thought, like, hey, this is definitely a shirt I would wear. Why not? And I got it an extra large too. I also thought that my brother-in-law would wear that type of shirt too. Because he usually likes nerdy shirts like that. So yeah, after that, just went back to the hotel, slept it off, and then, funnily enough, actually, the hotel that we had wasn't supposed to have a sleeper couch or like a sleeper sofa. It was supposed to just have 2 beds, but when we got into our room, I saw the couch, and it was a pull-out couch. I'm like, hey, perfect. Problem was, there was no sheets. No sheets, no blanket for me to use, so I'm just like, screw it, I'm just gonna sleep on the couch normally. And like, I'm just laying on the cushions. And my mom was like, don't do that, you're gonna screw up your back and your legs. I'm like, I'm not sleeping in the same bed as my brother. Yeah, the one problem with him is that he hogs the fucking sheets. So, anyway, slept it off. It's fine. I'm still kind of tired. Next day, had some breakfast. Then we just went out. And got some. Stopped at a rest area. Got a Gatorade because again, I forgot my water bottle at the hotel. And we also might have forgotten those pecans, which. Okay. Also found out. I looked at my Paycor recently. Yeah, a bit of a side tangent. Yeah, but this is kind of related to the trip. I looked at my Paycor recently, and I saw that they updated the schedule thing. I don't know if it's still the same. Let me see. Okay. I don't know if it's still the same thing. Yeah, it's still the same thing. Hang, I looked at my schedule thing and it said that I'm supposed to have a shift on Saturday, which cool, but the problem that I'm having is it says that, but then it says here like games, retail, rentals. I'm working in games. But it says here like a number and then it says seasonal retail, retail all. Like, am I supposed to go or am I not supposed to go? So I'm gonna have to email HR, maybe call them about that just to get that cleared up. Anyway, but yeah, we get our drink, we go to a rest area to get that Gatorade. And we were originally going to do lunch, but we ended up being held up in traffic. Like this long ass traffic jam for like a bit of construction. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just skip it. I'm okay with skipping it, and because at this point I just want to go home. Like, come on. So we get home at around 4 p.m. like 4:11 p.m. and then we start unloading the car. We're trying to find those pecans. No luck. I tried to find the cookies, and my brother said that he had the cookies on it, but not the pecans, which we don't know. Again, we don't know where they went. So, yeah, that's been my whole fucking trip. Don't know what that was showing. Probably nothing important, right? Let me see. Yeah, no, that's just nothing. Okay. Anyway, right, we got a game. God. Like I said, I'm tired. Okay. Do okay. Do do okay. Ay, do Do. I'm like trying to focus here. Okay. Do. Okay. Do. Okay. Do. Okay. Gotta remember, yeah, down here. Right. Do. Okay. I always like to build these up. Okay. Speed it up. Because I forgot I had that as a mod. This thing is about to get a fucking barrage of these things. They're about to get a hell of an ass blasting from it. Come on. It's building up. It's building its way up. Do. Come on. Almost there. That one's gonna stop. Yep. That one's completely halted production. This one's gonna halt production as well. I like to make sure everything's filled up. That way it makes it all the more satisfying when everything just flows. Okay. Everything has stopped. Look at it all fall like that. It's already gonna hit 800 with all this. Yep. Now we got the stacking feature. Okay. Okay. Delete. There we go. Okay. So now we're gonna cut these all in half. Okay. Do. Do, do, do. Okay. Do. Okay. Do. Okay. Okay. Do. Okay. Do. Do. Okay. Okay. There we go. Should be the right pieces. I just want for this to build up. That's the reason why I've tried speeding everything up and why I have this, because it tends to go forever. I also find it funny that I also find it interesting that I didn't really alter her much. I just added more to this. Like this bit here. Like this stayed the same. But then I added this segment. It's interesting. That also kind of makes me question what the sequel is going to be. Because I have tried the demo, but one, it's been a while. Two, you know, I didn't really get a full grasp of the sequel. Okay. Also, I want to add for the trip. Yeah, but for like the first part of the trip, I tried to go with the mask on, but I ended up walking so much that eventually I just said, fuck it, I'm not wearing the mask. And because it just tires me out more. Okay. Come on, keep building, keep building. Also, I realized I haven't been recording in my stream. Hopefully my stream comes out okay. Because I still remember the one time I wasn't recording and it just kind of fucked up. My stream ended up getting corrupted. Hopefully it turns out okay. Like children. Okay. Getting close there. Getting closer and closer to filling this up. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. Sorry, my brain just started falling. Like I said, I haven't gotten a lot of sleep. Because for some reason, I try to go to sleep at 10 and I wake up at fucking 5. And even though my body just goes like, no, go get some sleep. And my mind is just like, nope, you're already awake, buddy. There we go. This is gonna cease. Come on. Almost. Almost. Okay, that one has ceased. This one's gonna cease. Okay. You're the next in line. You're the last one. You're the chosen one, Anakin. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Let's see if this hits let's see if this hits the 1K. Okay. That's gonna be a tough one to try and figure out. Okay. Okay. Do. Okay. That ain't right. Okay. Okay. Do. Okay. Hmm. Do. Okay. It's going to require some really intense color combination. I was wondering where the sound went. God. Oh, God. God. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting real tired. Ugh. No, I'm like trying my best here. Okay. Do. I messed it up. Forgot this bit at the bottom. Okay, honestly, I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of zoning out. All right. Well, it's good to be back. Somewhat. Fuck. Okay. Who could I rate out to? You know what? Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. That is going to do it for tonight. Tomorrow I'm probably going to be more energetic. Hopefully. It's going to be just sticks because, you know, gotta finish that up. Saturday should be Sims 3. Sunday should be Sims 4. And Monday should just be back to Homestead. Alright. I'm getting tired. You guys get the idea. Night.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show